Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The rain arrived first, before the carriage, before the questions, before the fear that would settle into Blackwood Hall like winter fog claiming the moors. It came as English rain does in the autumn of 1894, not in dramatic sheets or biblical torrents, but in a persistent, whispering drizzle that turned the world soft at its edges, blurring the line between what was solid and what might dissolve at a touch. Inside the hired carriage, Dr. John Watson pressed his hand against the window glass, feeling the cold seep through, and watched the countryside transform. The glass fogged with his breath, then cleared, then fogged again in rhythm with his thoughts. Beside him, Sherlock Holmes sat motionless, his long fingers steepled beneath his sharp chin, his eyes fixed on something Watson couldn't see. Perhaps the problem itself, already taking shape in that extraordinary mind like a sculpture emerging from marble. The wheels crushed gravel and wet leaves, a sound like whispered secrets being trampled underfoot. Watson could smell the dampness creeping into the carriage's leather seats, mingling with the faint tang of Holmes' tobacco and the earthy scent of rain-soaked countryside pushing through every crack and crevice. The air tasted of autumn, that peculiar flavour of things ending and things preparing to sleep. "You're uncommonly quiet, Holmes," Watson ventured, his voice barely rising above the patter of rain on the carriage roof. "I am listening," Holmes replied without moving. His voice carrying that distracted quality Watson had learned meant his friend was already 3 steps ahead of the case, examining angles Watson hadn't yet perceived. "The countryside speaks, Watson, if one knows its language. Listen. There, did you hear it?" Watson strained his ears but heard only rain, wheels, and the steady breathing of the horse. He was about to say as much when Holmes continued, a ghost of a smile touching his lips. "Nothing? Precisely nothing. No bird song, no cattle lowing in distant fields, no church bells marking the hour. The land around Blackwood Hall has gone curiously silent, or so our driver's tension suggests. Notice how he hasn't spoken since we passed the village marker 3 miles back. Notice how his shoulders have crept upward, how he drives faster than the road conditions warrant." Watson glanced at the driver's rigid back visible through the small forward window, and realised Holmes was right. The man looked like he was fleeing something rather than approaching it. The hedgerows grew taller on either side, ancient hawthorn and blackthorn twisted into shapes that might have been deliberate, or might have been the patient work of centuries. Through gaps in the vegetation, Watson caught glimpses of the moor beyond, rolling hills of heather and gorse fading into mist, punctuated by dark shapes that might have been standing stones, or might have been nothing at all. The light was failing, though it was barely 4 o'clock. Autumn in England had a way of stealing the day before you noticed it was gone. Then the hall appeared, and Watson's breath caught despite himself. Blackwood Hall rose from the landscape like a memory of something grander, something that had decided to linger past its time. It was built of dark stone that seemed to drink the rain rather than shed it. 3 stories of Gothic ambition with towers at the corners that reached toward the lowering clouds as if in supplication. Ivy claimed the eastern wall entirely a creeping green darkness punctuated by windows that gleamed dully like half-closed eyes. The western facade showed more restraint, though creeper vines fingered the edges of the stonework, patient and persistent. The grounds sprawled in studied wilderness around the hall. What had once been formal gardens now existed in that peculiar English state between tamed and wild. Box hedges grown shaggy rose gardens tangled with bramble, gravel paths softened by encroaching moss. It was beautiful in the way of things gently surrendering to time, and sad in the way of things that remembered being otherwise. The carriage rolled to a stop before the main entrance, and Watson felt the driver's relief like a physical presence. The man climbed down swiftly, clearly eager to deposit his passengers and depart before darkness claimed the last of the day. His hands trembled slightly as he handed down their bags, and he wouldn't meet Watson's eyes when the good doctor pressed payment into his palm. "You'll want to be away before nightfall," the driver muttered, more to his boots than to Watson. Odd place, this odd doings. Then he was up on his seat and turning the horse with more haste than grace, wheels spraying gravel as he urged the animal back down the drive at a pace that suggested pursuit. Holmes watched him go with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. "Fear," the detective said softly, "is remarkably contagious. We must remember that, Watson. Half of what we're about to encounter will be genuine mystery. The other half will be fear breeding upon itself, growing like mould in the darkness of uncertainty." Before Watson could respond, the great oak door swung inward with a groan of iron hinges that sounded almost alive. A woman stood in the doorway backlit by the warm glow of the entry hall, and for a moment she seemed almost spectral herself. A figure caught between the grey world outside and the golden world within Mr. Holmes. "Dr. Watson," she said, and her voice carried the kind of weariness that comes not from physical exhaustion, but from sustained anxiety eating away at one's reserves. "I am Lady Catherine Blackwood. Thank you for coming. I confess I half feared you wouldn't, or that you'd think me a hysterical woman conjuring phantoms from shadows." She stepped back to allow them entry, and as Watson crossed the threshold, he felt the house settle around him like a presence taking notice. The entry hall was grand in the way of houses built when grandeur was meant to intimidate high ceilings supported by dark wooden beams, walls panelled in oak that had aged to the colour of dried blood, a staircase that swept upward into dimness with the confidence of Victorian engineering. Portraits lined the walls, generations of Blackwood staring down with expressions ranging from stern disapproval to vague boredom, their eyes following the visitors with that unsettling quality all old paintings seemed to possess. The air inside carried layers of scent, beeswax and lemon oil from fastidious housekeeping, the ghost of wood smoke from fires both recent and long past, a faint mustiness that spoke of rooms unopened and spaces unexplored, and underneath it all something Watson couldn't quite identify, something that made him think of cold stone and earth, and things that had been closed away for reasons now forgotten. Lady Blackwood herself was perhaps 40, though anxiety had etched extra years at the corners of her eyes and mouth. She wore black, a widow's weeds, Watson noted, though the fabric was slightly worn at the cuffs and hem, suggesting either sustained mourning or reduced circumstances. Her dark hair was pulled severely back, revealing a face that might have been beautiful had it not been so marked by sleeplessness and worry. Her hands moved restlessly, smoothing her skirts, touching the cameo at her throat, never quite settling. "You must think me foolish," she began, as she led them deeper into the house, through corridors lit by gas lamps that hissed softly like the house itself was breathing. Summoning London's finest detective for ghost stories. But Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I assure you, something is deeply wrong here. My servants are terrified. 3 have quit in the past fortnight. Those who remain do so out of loyalty or desperation, and I can see their fear growing with each passing night. They entered a drawing room that managed to be both opulent and melancholy. Heavy curtains framed windows that looked out onto the darkening grounds. The furniture was fine but showed signs of age, a slight sag to the settee, threadbare patches on the Turkish carpet, a clock on the mantelpiece that had stopped at 3:20 some unknowable time ago. A fire burned in the grate, but it seemed to make little headway against the chill that permeated the room. Holmes moved about the space with his characteristic intensity, his keen eyes taking in every detail, the fresh scratches on the windowsill, the way the curtains hung slightly askew, the thin layer of dust on the upper shelves that suggested the housekeeping, however diligent, was now confined to reachable surfaces. Watson had seen this dance 1,000 times, this careful cataloguing of the visible world that would later yield invisible truths. "Tell us," Holmes said, settling at last into a chair that gave him a view of both the door and the windows. Everything. From the beginning, if you please, and leave nothing out, no matter how trivial it might seem. The devil, Lady Blackwood, resides eternally in the details. She sank onto the settee with the relief of someone who had been carrying a burden alone for too long. It began 3 weeks ago, she said, her voice steadying as she moved into narrative. Or perhaps it began long before, and we simply didn't notice. My late husband, Lord Edmund Blackwood, died 8 months past. Heart failure, the doctors said, though he was not yet 50. Since then, I have been managing the estate as best I can. She paused, and Watson saw in that pause the weight of Victorian widowhood. A woman suddenly responsible for property and finances she'd never been trained to handle, navigating a world that preferred she remain decorative and dependent. The first incident was small, she continued. Mary, one of the chambermaids, swore she saw a figure in the east corridor near midnight. A tall figure in dark clothing, walking without sound. She thought at first it was myself, or Mrs. Davenport, the housekeeper, but when she called out, the figure simply vanished, stepped around a corner and was gone, though there's no door there, no room to enter, just solid wall. And the other incidents, Holmes prompted, his fingers forming that familiar steeple beneath his chin. They escalated. Footsteps in empty corridors, doors found open that had been locked, cold draughts that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Objects moved. Small things, nothing valuable, but moved nonetheless. A book left open to a different page. A candlestick shifted 3 inches to the left. The servants' nerves are shredded, Mr. Holmes. They jump at shadows. They whisper about curses and restless spirits. And she faltered, her composure cracking slightly. I confess I no longer know what to believe. The room had grown darker as she spoke, the firelight casting dancing shadows that seemed to have intentions of their own. Outside the rain intensified, drumming against the windows with renewed purpose. Somewhere in the house a door closed, or perhaps opened, with a distant thud that vibrated through the floor. Lady Blackwood's eyes darted toward the sound, and Watson saw her hands tighten in her lap. You see, she whispered, it begins every night as darkness falls, the house wakes, or something in it does. Holmes rose and moved to the window, pulling back the curtain to peer into the gathering dusk. Tell me, Lady Blackwood, he said without turning, what valuables does the hall possess? Family heirlooms? Jewellery artefacts of worth? She blinked at the apparent non sequitur. Why, several pieces, I suppose. The Blackwood emeralds, though they've been locked in the safe since Edmund's passing, some silver plate, paintings, a collection of rare books in the library. Why do you ask merely gathering information? Holmes replied. But Watson caught the gleam in his friend's eye that meant a theory was forming, threads being woven into a pattern not yet visible to others. And the servants who departed, did they leave on good terms? Were they owed wages? All paid fairly and given references, Lady Blackwood assured him, though I'll admit finances have been challenging. The estate is not what it once was. My husband made some unfortunate investments before his death, and there are debts to be managed. But the servants have been treated well, Mr. Holmes. Whatever haunts this house, it is not the ghost of injustice or unpaid labour. Ghosts, Holmes murmured, rarely are what they appear to be. Watson, we shall want to speak with the remaining staff tomorrow. Tonight, I think, we should simply observe. Houses, like people, reveal themselves when they think they're not being watched. As if in response, the gas lamps flickered, all of them, simultaneously, before steadying again. The fire in the grate popped loudly, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. And from somewhere above their heads, so faint it might have been imagination, came the sound of footsteps, slow and measured, walking the length of an unseen corridor before fading into the silence that rushed in to reclaim the space. Lady Blackwood's face had gone pale. The east wing, she whispered. That's the east wing. But there's no one up there. There's never anyone up there. Holmes's expression was unreadable, but Watson knew that look. It was the look of a hunter who had just caught the scent of prey. The game, as his friend would say, was afoot. Outside, night claimed the last of the day, and Blackwood Hall settled into darkness like a secret folding in upon itself, keeping its mysteries close. The rain continued its whispered conversation with the stones, and somewhere in the labyrinth of corridors and chambers, something walked that perhaps should not be walking at all. The house was waking just as Lady Blackwood had promised, and Sherlock Holmes, Watson knew, would not rest until he understood why. The morning came reluctantly to Blackwood Hall, as if even the sun needed convincing to illuminate what the darkness had kept hidden. Watson woke to find his room bathed in that peculiar grey light that England does so well, neither fully dark nor properly bright, but something suspended between the two, like the world holding its breath. The rain had stopped sometime in the night, leaving behind a silence that felt less like peace and more like anticipation. He'd slept fitfully, his dreams populated by corridors that stretched impossibly long and portraits whose eyes followed him with more than painted attention. Now, in the cold clarity of dawn, he could hear the house coming alive with the sounds of servants beginning their daily routines, footsteps on distant stairs, the clatter of coal being delivered to grates, the muffled voices of people trying to go about their work while pretending they weren't terrified. Watson dressed quickly, the water in the wash basin so cold it made his fingers ache. His room was handsome enough, high ceilings, heavy furniture of dark mahogany, wallpaper in a pattern of deep crimson and gold that had faded to something softer with age. But there was a dampness to everything, a chill that the small fire struggling in the grate couldn't quite dispel. He noticed, as he fastened his collar, that the mirror on the dresser was slightly tarnished at the edges, giving his reflection a ghostly quality, as if he were already becoming part of the house's collection of spectres. Holmes, predictably, was already up and about. Watson found him in the breakfast room, a space that faced east, and caught what little morning light the day was willing to offer. The detective sat before a plate of cooling eggs and toast he'd barely touched, his attention fixed instead on a leather-bound notebook, in which he was sketching what appeared to be a floor plan of the hall. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without looking up, "did you sleep well? I trust the house's nocturnal activities didn't disturb you too greatly." "I heard nothing," Watson admitted, taking a seat and accepting tea from a young maid who looked as though she hadn't slept at all. Her hands trembled slightly as she poured, and she kept glancing toward the doorway as if expecting something unwelcome to appear. "You, on the other hand, appear to have been conducting investigations while the rest of us slept." "Merely a brief reconnaissance," Holmes replied, finally setting down his pencil. "I walked the main corridors between the hours of 2 and 4. The house is quite fascinating in its architecture, Watson, built in stages over 2 centuries, added to by generations of Blackwoods, each with their own vision, and none apparently consulting the others. The result is a delightful maze of contradictions, Tudor foundations supporting Georgian ambitions topped with Victorian excess, rather like the British Empire itself if one thinks about it. All those layers of conquest and addition never quite forming a coherent whole." He said this with a dry amusement that made the young maid glance at him nervously before hurrying from the room. Watson waited until they were alone before speaking again. "And did you encounter our ghost during your wanderings?" "I encountered cold draughts, creaking floorboards, and shadows that moved in accordance with my candle's flickering. I encountered the ordinary nighttime sounds of an old house settling on its foundations. But no, Watson, I encountered nothing that couldn't be explained by architecture, temperature fluctuations, and the power of suggestion." Holmes leaned back in his chair, his eyes bright with that particular intensity Watson knew meant his friend was thoroughly engaged. Which is precisely what makes this case interesting. Because something is happening here, of that I'm certain. But whether it's supernatural mischief or simply natural trickery remains to be determined. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a formidable woman in her 50s, dressed in the black bombazine and crisp white apron that marked her as the housekeeper. She carried herself with the rigid authority of someone who had maintained order in difficult circumstances for a very long time, though Watson noticed the strain around her eyes, the way her mouth was set in a permanent line of worry. "Mrs. Davenport," Holmes said, rising with uncharacteristic courtesy. "Lady Blackwood mentioned you've been with the family for many years. We'd very much appreciate a moment of your time." Mrs. Davenport inclined her head, a gesture that managed to be both respectful and sceptical. 32 years I've kept this house, Mr. Holmes. 32 years, and never once in that time did I believe in ghosts or spirits or any such nonsense." She paused, and something flickered across her face. Uncertainty, perhaps, or fear wearing the mask of certainty. Until now. She sat, though clearly uncomfortable doing so in a room meant for the family rather than staff. Her hands folded precisely in her lap, but Watson noticed they weren't quite steady. Here was a woman whose world had been orderly and explicable, and something had shaken that order to its foundations. "Tell us what you've seen," Holmes said gently, a tone he reserved for witnesses he sensed needed careful handling. Mrs. Davenport drew a breath, as if steadying herself. "It was Tuesday last, just after midnight. I'd been checking the locks on the ground floor, as I do every evening before retiring. The east corridor, that's the oldest part of the house, dates back to when the first Blackwood built here in 1623. The floorboards are original oak, and they sing when you walk on them, each board with its own voice. You learn those voices, Mr. Holmes, when you've walked them as many times as I have." She paused, and her hands tightened in her lap. "I was halfway down the corridor when I heard footsteps behind me. Not the familiar creak of those old boards, but footsteps nonetheless. Measured, deliberate, like someone pacing. I turned, expecting to find Lady Blackwood or perhaps one of the maids who couldn't sleep. But there was no one there. The corridor was empty, Mr. Holmes, lit only by the moonlight through the windows, yet the footsteps continued. They passed right by me. I felt the cold as they did, like winter itself was walking past, and continued on toward the portrait gallery. Did you follow?" Watson asked, despite himself drawn into the narrative. "I did," Mrs. Davenport said, and there was something like pride in her voice. "I may be frightened, Dr. Watson, but I'm not a coward. I followed those footsteps all the way to the gallery, and there I saw." She faltered, her composure cracking slightly. "There I saw a figure, tall, wrapped in dark clothing, standing before the portrait of the first Lord Blackwood. Just standing there, perfectly still, as if studying the painting I called out, demanding to know who was there at such an hour. And the figure turned. The breakfast room had gone very quiet. Even the fire in the grate seemed to have ceased its crackling. Outside, a crow called once harsh and mocking. Before falling silent, I couldn't see a face. Mrs. Davenport continued, her voice barely above a whisper. There was a face, I'm sure of it, but it was unclear, shadowed. And the eyes. Mr. Holmes. The eyes caught what little light there was and reflected it back like an animal's eyes do in the dark. We looked at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. Then it moved. Not walked, mind you, but moved. It seemed to glide backward into the shadows at the far end of the gallery, and when I lit my lamp and searched, there was nothing there. Nothing but cold air and the portraits staring down with their painted eyes. Holmes had been listening with that absolute attention he gave to details others might dismiss. "The portrait of the first Lord Blackwood," he said. "Is there anything particular about it? Any reason someone might be interested in it, specifically?" Mrs. Davenport frowned, considering. "It's old certainty painted. In 1642, just before the Civil War. They say old Thomas Blackwood was a hard man, ruthless in business and unforgiving in his personal dealings. But it's just a painting, Mr. Holmes. Dark oils on canvas. The man himself long dead and judged by whatever higher power sees fit to judge us all." "And the cold you felt," Watson interjected, his medical training asserting itself. "Could you describe it more precisely? It wasn't the cold of winter, Doctor. It was emptier than that. Like all the warmth had been drawn out of the air and nothing left to replace it. It made my bones ache, made my breath catch, and it lingered. Even now, that section of the corridor is noticeably colder than the rest of the house. The maids refuse to clean there any more." Before Holmes could respond, there was a timid knock at the door, and a young woman entered, barely out of her teens, with red-rimmed eyes and hands that twisted nervously in her apron. This, Watson surmised, was one of the remaining maids, and she looked as though she might bolt at any moment. "Begging your pardon, Mrs. Davenport," she said in a voice that trembled like leaves in a storm, "but Sarah needs to speak with the gentleman. Says she can't keep it to herself no longer." Mrs. Davenport's expression softened marginally. "This is Mary, Mr. Holmes. The first to see, whatever it is we're seeing. Mary, these gentlemen are here to help. You can speak freely." But Mary looked anything but free. She looked trapped, caught between duty and terror, between what she'd been taught to believe and what her eyes had shown her. "It's in the walls," she whispered, and the words seemed to cost her something. "I heard it last night, in the walls of my room, scratching and shuffling like something trying to get out, or trying to get in. I couldn't sleep, couldn't even close my eyes. And then I heard the singing." "Singing?" Holmes leaned forward, his interest sharpening. "Not proper singing, sir. More like humming. A tune I didn't recognise, low and sad, coming from somewhere inside the walls themselves. I put my ear to the plaster, and I could feel it vibrating, feel the sound moving through the house like it was alive. Tears spilled down her cheeks now, and she made no move to wipe them away. My mother always said old houses have memories, that stones can hold on to things that happen within them. I never believed her. But now I think maybe this house remembers something terrible, and it's trying to tell us, or warn us. Or maybe it's just gone mad like people do when they're too old and too alone and too full of sadness." It was such a poetic, strange thing to say that Watson found himself moved despite his natural scepticism. There was something about the way she said it, not hysterical or seeking attention, but genuinely frightened and genuinely bewildered. Holmes, however, was already moving, his breakfast abandoned. "These walls, Mary. Which room is yours? Show me if you would. Watson, bring your medical bag. If Mary is hearing sounds within the walls, I'd like to ensure her hearing isn't suffering from some physical ailment before we attribute supernatural explanations." They followed the girl through the house, and Watson noticed how differently it felt in the grey morning light. The grandeur was still present, but so was the decay. Wallpaper peeling at the corners, water stains on the ceilings in the upper corridors, carpets worn thin along the paths most travelled. This was a house struggling to maintain its dignity in the face of dwindling resources, and there was something achingly human about that struggle. The servants' quarters were in the attic, reached by a narrow staircase that groaned under their weight. The rooms were small and plain, with sloped ceilings that forced taller visitors to duck. Mary's room was barely large enough for a narrow bed, a washstand, and a small trunk for her possessions. A single window looked out over the moors, where the morning mist was just beginning to lift, revealing the rolling landscape in shades of grey and brown and the deep purple of heather gone to seed. Holmes examined the walls with painstaking thoroughness, tapping the plaster, pressing his ear to various points, running his long fingers along the seams where wall met ceiling. Watson, meanwhile, gently examined Mary's ears, checking for inflammation or infection that might cause auditory hallucinations. "Her hearing is perfectly sound," Watson announced after several minutes. "No infection, no obvious trauma, no reason for her to be hearing things that aren't there." "On the contrary, Watson," Holmes said, still focused on the wall, "there are very good reasons for her to be hearing things, because there are indeed things to hear. Come here. Press your ear just here." Watson did as instructed, placing his ear against the cool plaster where Holmes indicated. For a moment he heard nothing. Then, so faint he almost missed it, there came a sound, a soft, rhythmic creaking, like wood expanding and contracting, or like something moving very slowly through a very tight space. "Old houses settle," Watson said. But even to his own ears it sounded uncertain. "Old houses do indeed settle," Holmes agreed, "but they don't usually settle in quite such regular patterns, and they rarely settle in ways that produce sounds resembling footsteps or the dragging of heavy objects. No, Watson, there's something behind these walls. The question is whether it's architectural or, shall we say, more deliberately placed." He turned to Mary, who watched with wide eyes from the doorway, clearly reluctant to enter her own room. "You've been very brave, Mary, and very helpful. Tell me, Have any of the other servants reported similar experiences? Sounds in the walls, unexplained noises? Sarah has, Mary said quickly. Her room's 2 doors down. She says she hears whispers sometimes, though she can't make out words. And old Tom, the groundskeeper, he swears there are lights in the East Tower at night, though that tower's been locked for years. Says the key was lost when the old lord died. The East Tower, Holmes murmured. And Watson saw that gleam again, that sense of pieces clicking into place in his friend's remarkable mind. Yes, I think we must have a look at this East Tower. But first, I'd like to speak with old Tom. Mrs. Davenport, would you be so kind as to ask him to meet us in the library in 20 minutes? They descended the narrow stairs, leaving Mary to her cold little room and her fears. As they walked, Holmes spoke in a low voice that wouldn't carry to the servants hurrying about their work. Watson, we're dealing with something quite methodical here. Notice the pattern. Sounds in the walls, cold spots in specific locations, a figure seen always in the same areas of the house. This is not random haunting, if indeed it is haunting at all. Someone or something is moving through this house with purpose and knowledge. The walls here are thick, built in an era when privacy and security meant stone and timber rather than locks and keys. I would wager that this house, like many of its age and status, contains passages and spaces its current inhabitants know nothing about. Secret passages, Watson said, unable to keep the scepticism from his voice. Holmes, this isn't a penny dreadful. No, Holmes agreed with a slight smile, but it is a house built by people with secrets to keep and wealth to hide. The first Lord Blackwood lived through the English Civil War, Watson. That was a time when having a safe place to hide valuables, or royalist sympathisers or Roundhead spies, depending on which way the wind was blowing, could mean the difference between prosperity and ruin. And later generations would have their own reasons for maintaining such spaces. Smuggling, illicit affairs, hiding debts or documents or any number of things respectable families prefer to keep tucked away from prying eyes. They had reached the library, a room that might have been magnificent once but now carried the air of a place slowly drowning in its own history. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their leather spines faded and cracked, releasing the distinctive scent of old paper and older knowledge. A reading desk stood by the window, scattered with papers and ledgers that suggested Lady Blackwood had been trying to make sense of the estate's finances. Dust motes danced in the weak sunlight, and the silence was so profound Watson could hear his own heartbeat. Holmes moved immediately to the walls, examining them with the same intensity he'd brought to Mary's room. He pulled out random books, peered behind them, tapped the shelves, studied the baseboards. Watson watched, familiar with this process, but never quite understanding the method within it. The thing about secret passages, Holmes said without pausing in his examination, is that they must have entrances, and entrances, no matter how cleverly concealed, leave traces. Where patterns on the floor where doors have swung open repeatedly, gaps in the dust where air moves differently. Books that are just slightly cleaner than their neighbours because they've been handled more recently. He paused, his hand resting on a particularly massive volume bound in oxblood leather. Books like this one, for instance. He pulled the book, and instead of sliding free, it tilted forward like a lever. There was a soft click, and a section of the bookshelf swung inward on well-oiled hinges, revealing a darkness beyond that seemed to exhale cold, stale air into the library. Watson felt his breath catch. Good Lord. Indeed, Holmes said quietly, his eyes bright with vindication. It appears, my dear Watson, that Blackwood Hall is keeping secrets, and I suspect those secrets walk its corridors at night, making quite a lot of noise for a ghost. He pulled a candle from the mantelpiece and lit it with a match, the small flame pushing weakly against the darkness of the passage. From somewhere deep within that hidden space came a sound, distant and muffled but unmistakable, the sound of something moving, something that didn't want to be found. Holmes smiled, and it was the smile of a hunter who had just found the trail. Shall we see what haunts this house, Watson? I have a feeling we're about to discover that the supernatural is somewhat less super and considerably more natural than our Spectre would prefer us to believe. The candle flickered as if in response, and somewhere in the depths of Blackwood Hall something that should not be there continued its patient, purposeful movement through the walls, unaware that Sherlock Holmes was now on its trail. The game, as Watson had known it would be, was truly afoot. The passage behind the bookshelf breathed with the scent of centuries. Damp stone, ancient timber, and something else Watson couldn't quite identify. Something organic and faintly unsettling. Like earth that had been disturbed after years of stillness. Holmes held the candle aloft, its small flame casting shadows that seemed to have depth and weight, as if darkness itself was a substance that light could only temporarily displace rather than truly banish. "Extraordinary," Holmes murmured, his voice echoing softly in the confined space. "Look at the craftsmanship, Watson." These stones were laid by hands that knew their work, fitted so precisely that even after 2.5 centuries there's barely any settling. And see here, the hinges on the door mechanism. They've been oiled recently, within the past few weeks, I'd venture. Watson peered at the hinges, noting the absence of rust, the slight sheen of oil catching the candlelight. Then someone knows about this passage. Someone has been using it. Someone is using it still, Holmes corrected. The question is whether they're using it for legitimate purposes known to Lady Blackwood, or for purposes considerably less legitimate. Come, let's see where this leads before we venture further. I've no desire to become lost in the walls of Blackwood Hall, picturesque as such a fate might be for future ghost stories. They stepped back into the library, and Holmes carefully closed the hidden door, watching how smoothly it moved, how perfectly it aligned with the surrounding shelves. To someone who didn't know it was there, it would be utterly invisible, just another section of a book-lined wall in a house full of them. Their investigation was interrupted by the arrival of old Tom, the groundskeeper, who entered the library with the slow, careful movements of a man whose joints remembered every winter and every hard day's work. He was perhaps 70, weather-beaten and gnarled as the ancient oaks that line the drive, with hands that looked like they'd been carved from the same wood as the trees he tended. His eyes, though, were sharp and clear, and they studied Holmes and Watson with a wariness that spoke of intelligence and discretion. "You wanted to speak with me, gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the broad accent of someone who'd spent his entire life within 20 miles of where he was born. "About the goings-on, I expect." Holmes gestured to a chair, but Tom remained standing, clearly more comfortable on his feet. "Mrs. Davenport mentioned you've seen lights in the East Tower," Holmes said. "Would you tell us about that?" Tom's weathered face creased into something between a frown and a grimace. "Aye, I've seen lights. 3 times now over the past fortnight. Always after midnight, always in the tower window. The one that faces toward the moor. Just a brief glow, like someone passing through with a candle or lantern. Gone almost as soon as I notice it." "And the tower has been locked for years?" Watson prompted. "Since the old lord died," Tom confirmed. "He used it as a study, a place to get away from the household when he needed peace. After he passed, Lady Catherine had it locked up. Said it made her sad to see his things sitting there unused. The key was supposed to be in the household key box, but when she went to look for it some weeks back, it wasn't there. Vanished, like so many things in this house seemed to do." Holmes walked to the window, gazing out toward where the East Tower would be visible from Tom's cottage. "You live alone on the grounds, I understand. Have you noticed anything else unusual? Disturbances in the gardens, tracks where there shouldn't be any, signs of someone moving about the property at odd hours?" Tom was quiet for a moment, his gnarled fingers working against each other as if kneading invisible dough. "I've worked these grounds since I was a boy of 12, he finally said, "near 60 years of knowing every path, every stone, every tree. A man learns to see what doesn't belong, to notice when things aren't quite right. And things haven't been quite right." He moved to join Holmes at the window, pointing toward the overgrown gardens. "See that path there? The one that runs along the eastern wall? Used to be that Lady Blackwood would walk it every morning after breakfast, regular as sunrise. But 3 weeks ago I noticed footprints along it in the morning dew. Large footprints, a man's boots, and fresh made during the night. I followed them. They went all the way around to the old kitchen garden, then disappeared at the wall. Not over it, mind you, but at it, as if whoever made them simply walked into the stone and vanished. Or found another passage, Holmes said quietly. This house is riddled with them, Tom. I've just discovered one myself leading from this very library. Tell me, in all your years here, did the old lord ever speak of secret passages, hidden rooms, that sort of thing? Tom's eyes widened slightly. He did, as it happens. Used to joke about it when he'd had a glass or two of port. Said the first Lord Blackwood was a clever bastard, begging your pardon, gentlemen, who'd built himself a house with more secrets than rooms. Said there were ways to move through the house without being seen, places to hide things that no tax collector or creditor would ever find. But I always took it for old family legends, the sort of stories grand houses accumulate like dust. Legends, Holmes mused, often have their roots in truth, twisted and embellished by time but essentially factual at their core. Watson, I think we need to have a thorough conversation with Lady Blackwood about her late husband's financial affairs. Tom, I want you to keep a close watch on those gardens tonight. If you see anything at all, don't approach it. Note the time, the location, the direction of movement, and report it to me in the morning. After Tom departed, moving with the slow dignity of old age and hard work, Holmes turned to Watson with an expression of intense concentration. This is becoming clearer, Watson. We have a house full of hidden passages, a tower that shows lights despite being locked, valuable items stored within, and a family whose finances are, shall we say, precarious. Add to that a conveniently terrifying ghost that keeps the servants away from certain areas of the house, and a pattern begins to emerge. You think someone is stealing from Lady Blackwood? Watson said, the pieces beginning to arrange themselves in his own mind. Using the secret passages to move through the house undetected, hiding stolen items, perhaps gradually removing them from the property? I think someone is doing something that requires regular access to hidden spaces within this house, and they're using the fear of the supernatural to ensure they're not interrupted or discovered. Whether it's theft remains to be seen. But I suspect when we examine those financial records Lady Blackwood has been poring over, we'll find some interesting discrepancies. They found Lady Blackwood in the morning room, a space that faced south, and would have been cheerful in summer, but now felt merely less gloomy than the rest of the house. She sat at a small writing desk surrounded by ledgers and papers, her face drawn with worry and fatigue. She looked up as they entered, and Watson saw hope kindle in her eyes, the desperate hope of someone drowning who had just glimpsed a rope. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, have you discovered something? Please tell me you have. Another maid gave notice this morning. At this rate, I'll have no staff left by month's end. Holmes settled into a chair across from her, his manner gentle but direct. Lady Blackwood, I need to ask you some questions that may seem intrusive, but I assure you they're necessary. Your late husband's financial affairs. Were they in order at the time of his death? She flushed slightly, that peculiar shame that Victorian society attached to financial difficulties, as if poverty were a moral failing rather than a circumstance. They were complicated. Edmund was a good man, Mr. Holmes, but he was not a careful man, particularly in matters of business. He invested heavily in ventures that promised much and delivered little, railways that were never built, mining operations in colonies that proved barren, schemes that in retrospect seem almost designed to separate fools from their money, and at his death Holmes pressed gently. Debts, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Considerable debts. The estate itself is entailed and cannot be sold, but there are creditors who would happily strip this house bare of everything not nailed down if they thought they could get away with it. I've been trying to manage selling off what I can discreetly, negotiating payment arrangements, hoping to keep the hall intact until she faltered, and Watson saw tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. Until I can no longer manage, I suppose. Until it all comes crashing down despite my efforts. Holmes leaned forward, his voice taking on that rare quality of warmth he showed when he recognized genuine suffering. Have you noticed any items going missing, family valuables? Lee? We'll need to conduct a vigil tonight. Somewhere with a view of both the East Tower and the entrance to that passage we discovered in the library. "A ghost hunt," Watson said with a slight smile. "How delightfully Gothic." "A human hunt," Holmes corrected. "I have yet to encounter a ghost that required oiled hinges and left boot prints in morning dew. Whatever walks these halls at night, Watson, I believe we'll find it has a pulse and a motive considerably more mundane than supernatural vengeance." The afternoon was spent in methodical exploration. Holmes, with Lady Blackwood's permission and Tom's assistance, began mapping the house's passages, both the visible corridors and the hidden spaces they'd begun to uncover. They found 2 more concealed doors, one behind a panel in the dining room and another in the upper hallway, both leading into narrow passages that ran between the walls like the house's secret circulatory system. Watson followed along, marvelling at the construction. The passages were barely 3 feet wide, with low ceilings that forced Holmes to stoop. They were pitch dark except for the candles they carried, the air stale and cold, but not unbearably so. At intervals, narrow slits in the walls allowed glimpses into the rooms beyond. Spy holes, Watson realised, designed to let someone observe the household without being seen. It was both ingenious and unsettling, this hidden architecture of surveillance and secrecy. "Look here," Holmes said, stopping at one point where the passage split in 2 directions. Fresh scuff marks on the floor. And here, a thread caught on this rough stone. Dark wool, recently snagged. Someone has been through here, Watson, and not long ago, and unless I'm very much mistaken. He pressed his hand against the cold stone wall. This passage leads directly to the East Tower. As twilight began to settle over Blackwood Hall, painting the moors in shades of purple and grey, Holmes and Watson prepared for their vigil. They positioned themselves in a small sitting room with a clear view of the library door and a window that overlooked the courtyard and the East Tower beyond. Lady Blackwood had the remaining servants retire early, leaving the ground floor apparently empty and unguarded. "Now we wait," Holmes said, settling into a chair he'd positioned to give him the best vantage point. "Patience, Watson, is the hunter's greatest virtue. Our quarry will emerge eventually. They always do, these creatures of habit and greed. They can't help themselves." The house settled into its evening rhythms. Floorboards creaked as wood contracted in the cooling air. Wind found its way through ancient gaps, creating soft whistles and moans that might, to a frightened mind, sound like voices or footsteps. The grandfather clock in the entrance hall marked the hours with sonorous chimes that seemed to travel through the entire structure, resonating in the stones themselves. 9 o'clock passed, then 10. Watson felt his eyelids growing heavy despite his best efforts, the combination of a large dinner and the day's exertions taking their toll. But Holmes remained perfectly alert, his eyes fixed on the library door, his body absolutely still, except for the occasional movement of his fingers as he filled and refilled his pipe without lighting it, a habit Watson recognised as a sign of intense mental activity. At 11:30, Holmes suddenly stiffened. "Watson," he whispered, "look at the tower." Watson focused on the dark shape of the East Tower, silhouetted against the slightly lighter sky. For a moment, he saw nothing. Then, there. A flicker of light in the tower window, brief and quickly extinguished, but unmistakable. Someone was up there, moving through a space that was supposed to be locked and empty. "And now," Holmes breathed, "we see if my theory holds. If I'm correct, whoever is in that tower will shortly emerge from the library passage to make their way to the next phase of their evening's work. Watch the library door, Watson. Watch and be ready." They waited, the tension building like a physical force in the small room. The clock struck midnight, each chime seeming to vibrate through Watson's chest. The house held its breath. And then, so softly Watson almost missed it, came the sound they'd been waiting for. The quiet click of the hidden library door opening, and the soft, careful footsteps of someone who didn't want to be heard, moving through the darkness with the confidence of intimate familiarity. Holmes rose silently, his hand on Watson's arm signalling him to wait. Not yet. Not quite yet. Let the quarry come a little farther from their bolt hole. Let them commit themselves. The footsteps moved into the hallway, heading toward the servants' stairs. A shadow passed across the far wall, cast by a candle the figure carried, stretched and distorted, but unmistakably human. "Now," Holmes whispered, and they moved. The game had turned. The hunter had become the hunted, and somewhere in the darkness of Blackwood Hall, someone was about to discover that their ghost story had attracted the attention of the one man in England who could unravel it. The figure moved with the practiced caution of someone who had walked these corridors many times before, their candle casting a small circle of wavering light that seemed to push weakly against the darkness rather than truly dispel it. Holmes and Watson followed at a distance, keeping to the shadows, their footsteps masked by the natural creaking and settling of the old house. Watson's heart hammered in his chest, not from fear, precisely, but from the anticipation of confrontation, that electric feeling that came before action. The figure ahead was tall, wrapped in a dark cloak that made their outline indistinct, almost formless, exactly the sort of silhouette that would seem spectral to someone glimpsing it from a distance in poor light. They moved toward the servants' stairs with clear purpose, climbing with a steady, unhurried pace that suggested complete confidence in their solitude. Holmes touched Watson's arm, pointing upward. They would need to follow, but carefully. The stairs were old and vocal, each step a potential betrayer. Watson watched as Holmes tested each tread before placing his full weight on it, choosing the edges where the wood was better supported and less likely to groan. Watson mimicked his friend's movements, grateful for the medical training that had taught him precision and care in his actions. The figure led them to the third floor, into the warren of servants' quarters and storage rooms that comprised the attic level. Here the ceiling sloped sharply, following the roofline, and the walls were unfinished plaster over ancient lath. The air was noticeably colder, and Watson could see his breath forming small clouds in the candlelight Holmes had lit, keeping it cupped and shielded to prevent their quarry from noticing the additional illumination. They watched as the figure stopped before what appeared to be a solid wall at the end of the corridor. But after a moment's manipulation, Holmes couldn't quite see what from their vantage point a section of the wall swung inward, revealing yet another passage. The figure slipped inside, and the door closed behind them with a soft click that sounded unnaturally loud in the stillness. "Remarkable," Holmes breathed, moving forward immediately to examine the door. His fingers traced the edges, finding the subtle gaps in the plasterwork that marked where the opening began and ended, hidden by the simplest of methods, painted the same as the surrounding wall, the seams disguised by the natural texture of aged plaster. One would walk past it 1,000 times and never notice. Here's the mechanism, a small lever disguised as a nailhead, elegant in its simplicity. He pressed it, and the door swung inward with barely a whisper. Beyond lay a passage even narrower than the ones they'd explored earlier, barely wide enough for a single person to navigate. The walls were bare stone here, the original Tudor foundation of the house, and the ceiling was so low Holmes had to duck considerably to avoid striking his head. "This must be one of the original passages," he murmured, "built when the first Blackwood laid the foundations. See how crude the construction is compared to the later additions. These stones weren't shaped by masons, but by labourers, fitted together with more enthusiasm than skill. And yet they've stood for 2.5 centuries. There's something to be said for enthusiasm, Watson." They moved forward, their progress slow and careful. The passage twisted and turned, following the internal structure of the walls, occasionally branching off in directions that suggested a whole network of hidden spaces throughout the house. Holmes paused at each junction, examining the floor for signs of recent passage, finding scuff marks and disturbed dust that indicated which path their quarry had taken. The air grew colder as they progressed, and damper. Watson could feel moisture on the walls when his hand brushed against them, and the smell of earth and stone became more pronounced. They were descending now, he realised, following a gradual slope that took them back down through the levels of the house, but not along any staircase or corridor he'd seen in the normal architecture. Then Holmes stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. Ahead, a light spilled from an opening in the passage wall. Not the warm glow of candles, but something steadier and brighter. and voices, low but audible, engaged in conversation. They crept forward until they could see into the space beyond. What they found made Watson's breath catch in astonishment. It was a room, a proper room, perhaps 20 feet square, with a vaulted stone ceiling supported by thick pillars. But it wasn't on any floor plan Watson had seen. It wasn't part of the house's official architecture. It existed in a space between spaces, carved out of the foundation, them until last, until I'd sold everything else and could arrange a proper buyer. How convenient that your emergency happened to coincide with your cousin's death and your own financial difficulties, Watson said. Tell me, how deep in debt are you, Mr. Blackwood? How desperate! Harold's face flushed with anger and shame. That's none of your concern. I may have debts, but at least I'm trying to address them honestly, not like Edmund, who buried his head in the sand and left Catherine to deal with the wreckage. I'm helping her, whether she realizes it or not. The hall needs money, and these items can provide it. What does it matter if I take a small commission for my efforts? It matters, Holmes said coldly, because these aren't your items to sell and Lady Catherine never authorized your help. What you're doing is called theft, Mr. Blackwood, regardless of how you justify it to yourself. The law takes a rather dim view of stealing from one's relatives, particularly widows in vulnerable circumstances. He gestured around the hidden room. And this elaborate performance with the ghost, the cold draughts, the unexplained sounds, the spectral figure gliding through the halls, all designed to keep the servants frightened and away from areas of the house you needed to access. You've been moving through these passages for weeks, taking items, storing them here until you could arrange their sale, and using the cover of supernatural fear to ensure nobody investigated too closely. It's actually quite clever, in a morally bankrupt sort of way. Harold sagged slightly, the defiance draining out of him. What are you going to do? Call the police? Have me arrested? Think of the scandal, Mr. Holmes. Think of what it would do to the family name, to Catherine's standing in society. A Blackwood arrested for theft. It would destroy whatever reputation the family has left. I think, Holmes said, that's not my decision to make. That decision belongs to Lady Catherine. Watson, would you be so kind as to fetch her? I believe she should see this for herself. Watson hesitated, reluctant to leave Holmes alone with a cornered man, even one who seemed defeated. But Holmes shook his head slightly. Mr. Blackwood isn't going anywhere, are you? There's only one way out of this room, and I'm standing in it. Besides, I think his conscience, assuming he has one, will keep him here better than any restraints could. Go, Watson. Bring Lady Catherine. It's time she saw what's been haunting her house. Watson nodded and made his way back through the narrow passages, his mind whirling with what they'd discovered. The mystery was solved, the ghost unmasked, the thief caught red-handed. And yet he felt no satisfaction in it, only a sort of sadness. Harold Blackwood was a thief and a liar, certainly, but he was also a desperate man caught in the crushing machinery of Victorian society, where debts could destroy lives, and family reputation was everything. It didn't excuse what he'd done, but it made it comprehensible, human, tragic in its way. He found Lady Catherine still awake in her sitting room, unable to sleep despite the late hour, her hands busy with needlework that didn't seem to be going anywhere. When he explained what they'd found, her face went through the same cascade of emotions Harold's had: shock, disbelief, betrayal, and finally a weary resignation that suggested she'd half expected something like this. Harold, she said softly. Of course it was Harold. I should have known. He always resented Edmund for inheriting the title, always felt he should have been the one to carry on the line, and after Edmund's death his letters became so aggressive, so insistent. I should have seen it. You couldn't have known, Watson assured her. None of us could. Not until Mr. Holmes began piecing together the clues. She rose, drawing a shawl around her shoulders. Take me to him. I need to see this secret room, these stolen things. I need to hear it from Harold's own lips. The journey back through the passages seemed longer somehow, perhaps because Lady Catherine moved more slowly, or perhaps because Watson dreaded the confrontation ahead. When they finally emerged into the hidden room, they found Holmes and Harold exactly as Watson had left them. Holmes standing guard at the entrance, Harold sitting on one of the crates with his head in his hands, the very picture of defeat. Lady Catherine took in the scene. The stolen items, the ledgers, the careful planning that had gone into the theft. Her face was pale but composed, her voice steady when she finally spoke. "Harold, look at me." He raised his head slowly, and Watson saw that his eyes were red. Whether from anger or tears, he couldn't say. "Catherine, I can explain." "No," she interrupted, her voice quiet but carrying absolute authority. "No explanations. No justifications. You've been stealing from me, from your own family, while I struggled to keep this house running, to pay the servants, to maintain some shred of dignity in the face of Edmund's debts. You've been terrifying good people with your ghost stories, disrupting the household, making me doubt my own sanity. And all for what? Money? Your wounded pride?" "The hall should have been mine," Harold said, but there was no conviction in it now, only weariness. "The hall is mine," Catherine said firmly. "By law, by Edmund's will, by every right that matters. And you, Harold, are a thief. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you for uncovering this. I believe we should call the constable in the morning. Harold can spend what remains of the night locked in the wine cellar. It's the only room in the house I know for certain has no secret exits." "Catherine, please," Harold began, but she held up a hand. "You played on my fears, Harold. You made me question everything, made me feel unsafe in my own home. Whatever family loyalty I might have felt toward you died the moment I walked into this room and saw what you've been doing. You'll face the consequences of your actions, and you'll do so knowing that you brought this on yourself." There was a terrible finality in her voice, and Harold seemed to shrink under it. Watson found himself almost pitying the man, despite everything. This was Victorian justice in its rawest form. Not merely legal consequences, but social death. The complete severing of family ties, the loss of reputation and standing that mattered more to people of their class than any prison sentence could. Holmes and Watson escorted Harold to the wine cellar, a stone-walled room in the oldest part of the house, with a heavy oak door and a lock that had secured bottles worth more than most men's annual wages. Harold went without resistance, moving like a man in a dream, or perhaps a nightmare from which he couldn't wake. As they locked the door and returned to the main part of the house, the first hints of dawn were beginning to show in the eastern sky. The house seemed different somehow, Watson thought. Lighter, as if the revelation of its secrets had lifted some oppressive weight. Or perhaps it was simply that they knew now what had been causing the fear, and knowledge had robbed the unknown of its power. Lady Catherine met them in the entrance hall, having retrieved the stolen items from the hidden room with the help of Mrs. Davenport, who'd been roused and quickly apprised of the situation. The housekeeper's face showed a mixture of vindication and relief. Vindication that she hadn't been imagining things, relief that the supernatural had proven mundane after all. "The servants will be told in the morning," Catherine said. "They deserve to know that their fears were justified, even if the source wasn't what they imagined. And the passages should be sealed, I think. Whatever their historical interest, they've caused enough trouble. Let them remain secret, but let them remain empty." A wise decision, Holmes agreed. "Though I'd recommend documenting them first for the historical record. Architecture like this deserves preservation, even if only in drawings and notes. I'll arrange it," Catherine promised. "And Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, thank you. Truly. You've given me back my home, my peace of mind, my sense of safety. I can't repay what you've done." "Justice," Holmes said simply, "is its own reward. Or so I tell Watson whenever he complains about my failure to charge adequate fees. The truth is, Lady Catherine, I'd have done this for nothing, simply for the intellectual satisfaction of unravelling the puzzle. The fact that it also results in a thief being caught and a widow being protected is merely a pleasant bonus." Dawn broke fully as they stood in the entrance hall, golden light streaming through the tall windows and transforming the space. Dust motes danced in the beams, and somewhere in the house a clock chimed 6. The staff would be waking soon, beginning their daily routines, and this time they would do so knowing that whatever walked the halls of Blackwood Hall was human, and caught, and no longer a threat. The ghost of Blackwood Hall had been laid to rest, Watson thought, not with prayers or exorcisms, but with logic and observation and the relentless pursuit of truth. It was the only kind of ghost hunting that mattered, the only kind that left the world better than it found it. And as the sun climbed higher, burning away the last of the night's mysteries, Blackwood Hall settled into the peace it had been denied for weeks, its secrets revealed, its spectre unmasked, its walls finally holding nothing more threatening than memories and dust and the quiet dignity of survival. The morning after Harold's capture brought a transformation to Blackwood Hall that was almost palpable, as if the house itself had exhaled a breath it had been holding for weeks. Sunlight streamed through windows that suddenly seemed less forbidding, and the corridors that had felt oppressive in darkness now revealed themselves as merely old, merely grand, merely the ordinary architecture of a house that had stood for centuries and would stand for centuries more. Watson woke to find Holmes already dressed and standing at their room's window, gazing out over the grounds with that distant expression that meant his mind was still working through the case, still examining angles and possibilities. The detective had barely slept, Watson knew, perhaps 2 hours at most, yet he looked alert and energized in that peculiar way he always did when a case was approaching its conclusion. "You're still troubled by something," Watson observed, joining his friend at the window. The view showed the gardens in morning light, the mist lifting from the moors beyond, and old Tom already at work trimming hedges that had grown wild during the household's distraction. "Troubled is perhaps too strong a word," Holmes replied. "But there are loose threads, Watson, and I dislike loose threads. Harold Blackwood's confession was comprehensive regarding the theft, but there are elements that don't quite align. Small things, perhaps, but in my experience, small things often prove significant, such as the timing of certain incidents. The first sighting of the ghost was 3 weeks ago, according to Lady Catherine, yet Harold claims he only began his systematic theft 2 weeks past. What was happening in that first week? Was Harold merely observing, learning the household's patterns, or was something else occurring that we've not yet uncovered? Before Watson could respond, there was a soft knock at the door. Mrs. Davenport entered, her bearing noticeably different from the previous day, straighter, more assured, as if the revelation of a human culprit had restored her faith in an orderly universe. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, Lady Catherine requests your presence in the library. She says there's something you should see, something she discovered while examining the items Harold had collected." They found Lady Catherine at the library desk, surrounded by the recovered items from the hidden room. The paintings leaned against the wall, the jewellery box sat open beside her, and spread across the desk were papers, ledgers, letters, documents of various kinds. But it was a small leather journal that she held in her hands, her expression troubled. "I found this among Harold's things," she said without preamble. "It appears to be a diary of sorts documenting his activities over the past month. Mr. Holmes, I think you should read it. There's something here that doesn't make sense, something that suggests Harold may not have been working entirely alone." Holmes took the journal with interest, his keen eyes scanning the pages rapidly. Watson watched his friend's expression shift from curiosity to intense concentration, that telltale sign that new information was reorganizing his understanding of events. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured, and deeply troubling Watson. "Listen to this entry from 3 weeks ago. Met with G at the Swan and Crown. He assures me the passages are exactly as Edmund described them, and that the eastern route provides direct access to the Tower study. He wants 40% of the proceeds, which seems excessive, but his knowledge of the house is invaluable. Without him, I'd never dare attempt this. There's a conspirator, Watson, someone who knew about the passages, who provided information to Harold, who may still be moving freely through this house." Lady Catherine's face had gone pale. She said softly, "That could be anyone, a servant. But which one? Mrs. Davenport has been with us for decades, and Tom even longer. I can't believe either of them would betray us. The Swan and Crown is a coaching inn about 5 miles east of here, Holmes said, his mind clearly racing through possibilities. A natural meeting place for someone who wanted to avoid being seen near the hall. Lady Catherine, I need you to think carefully. Are there any current or former employees whose names begin with G? Anyone who left the household recently, perhaps under less than ideal circumstances? She considered, her brow furrowed in concentration. There was a groom, George Wickham, who left about 2 months ago. But that was entirely amicable. He received an offer of better wages at a neighbouring estate and gave proper notice. I provided him with an excellent reference. Nevertheless, Holmes said, I think Mr. Wickham warrants investigation. A groom would have intimate knowledge of the house, and grounds would know the routines of the household, and would have had ample opportunity to explore. Tom, I recall, mentioned that your late husband occasionally showed visitors the secret passages as a sort of curiosity. Might George Wickham have been one of those visitors? Lady Catherine's expression shifted to one of dawning realization. He might have been. Edmund did enjoy showing off the architectural oddities of the hall, and George was, well, he was somewhat more educated than one might expect for a groom. Edmund took a liking to him, said he had prospects beyond caring for horses. They would sometimes take brandy together in the evening, discussing history and literature. Edmund said it was refreshing to find someone from the working class with intellectual aspirations. How Victorian of him, Holmes observed dryly, to be surprised that intelligence might exist regardless of social station. But it does establish that Wickham would have had access to knowledge about the passages. The question is whether he's still involved, or whether his role ended with providing information to Harold. Watson had been examining the journal more closely. Holmes, look at this entry from just 5 days ago. G insists we must move the Gainsborough soon. Says there's been interest from a buyer in Manchester, but the window of opportunity is closing. I don't trust his urgency. Feels like he's pushing me toward hasty action. Must be careful. The last thing I need is to be caught with stolen goods before I can establish proper provenance. That doesn't sound like someone who's fully confident in his partner. No, Holmes agreed. It sounds like someone who's beginning to realise he may have allied himself with an individual whose motivations aren't entirely transparent. Harold Blackwood is many things, but he's not stupid. If he was starting to doubt Wickham, there may be good reason for that doubt. He turned to Lady Catherine with sudden intensity. This neighbouring estate where Wickham took employment, do you know it well? The family who owns it? The Ashford estate, about 8 miles north. Sir Robert Ashford is the master there. I know him slightly. He attended Edmund's funeral and was very kind. Why do you ask? Because I think we need to verify that George Wickham is actually employed there, and has been for the past 2 months. It's entirely possible that his better offer was merely a convenient excuse to leave your household while maintaining access to information about it. If he's not at the Ashford estate, then we need to know where he actually is. Mrs. Davenport, who had been standing quietly by the door, spoke up. If I might, Mr. Holmes, George Wickham always struck me as a bit too clever by half. Charming, certainly. He could talk his way out of any situation. But there was something calculating about him. The way he cultivated Lord Edmund's friendship. The way he always seemed to be observing rather than simply working. I mentioned my concerns to her ladyship once, but she trailed off, clearly uncomfortable. But I dismissed them, Lady Catherine finished. I thought you were being overly suspicious, that you resented Edmund's friendship with someone below his station. I'm sorry, Mrs. Davenport, I should have listened. We none of us see clearly when we're looking at people through the lens of our own assumptions, Holmes said gently. The question now is what we do with this information. Watson, I think a visit to the Ashford estate is in order. We should verify Wickham's whereabouts, and if possible, learn more about his character and activities over the past 2 months. They set out after breakfast, taking Lady Catherine's carriage for the journey to the Ashford estate. The morning had turned bright and clear, the sort of day that made the English countryside look like something from a painting. Rolling hills dressed in autumn colours, hedgerows heavy with blackberries, the sky a pale blue that seemed scrubbed clean by the previous night's rain. It was hard to believe on such a morning that they were pursuing a conspiracy of theft and deception. The Ashford estate, when they reached it, proved to be considerably more modest than Blackwood Hall, a handsome Georgian manor house with well-maintained grounds and an air of comfortable prosperity rather than faded grandeur. Sir Robert Ashford himself received them in his study, a ruddy-faced gentleman in his 60s with the weathered look of someone who spent his time outdoors, overseeing his lands rather than shut away with ledgers. "Lady Catherine," he said warmly, rising to greet them. "What an unexpected pleasure. And these gentlemen are Mr. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. John Watson from London." Lady Catherine introduced them. "They've been helping me with a rather delicate matter at the Hall. Sir Robert, I apologise for the intrusion, but we need to ask you about one of your employees, a groom named George Wickham." Sir Robert's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. "Wickham? I'm afraid you've been misinformed, Lady Catherine. I have no employee by that name, and I've hired no new grooms in the past year. My stable staff is quite settled and has been for some time." The news hung in the air like a revelation confirming Holmes's suspicions. Watson saw his friend's eyes gleam with the satisfaction of a theory proven correct, I see, Holmes said quietly. "Sir Robert, did you by any chance receive any letters of inquiry about employment in the past 2 months? Perhaps someone claiming to represent Mr. Wickham, or asking for a reference?" "Nothing of the sort," Sir Robert confirmed, "though I must say this is all rather mysterious. Lady Catherine, is everything quite all right at Blackwood Hall?" Lady Catherine explained with admirable composure the broad outline of what had been happening. The thefts, the ghost stories, Harold's capture, and now the discovery of a possible accomplice who had fabricated his supposed employment. Sir Robert listened with growing concern, occasionally interjecting questions or expressions of sympathy. "Extraordinary," he said when she'd finished. "And this Wickham fellow? You say he was your groom? Can you describe him? Perhaps I've seen him about the district, even if he's not in my employ." Lady Catherine provided a description. Tall, perhaps 30 years old, dark-haired and clean-shaven, with an educated manner of speaking that set him apart from most men in his profession. Sir Robert shook his head thoughtfully. "The description's not familiar, I'm afraid. But if he's been operating under false pretences, he may well have made himself scarce in the immediate area. Have you checked with the Swan and Crown? The landlord there, Matthews, knows everyone who passes through. If your man Wickham has been meeting with Confederates, Matthews might have noticed." It was an excellent suggestion, and they thanked Sir Robert profusely before setting off for the coaching inn. The Swan and Crown sat at a crossroads, a sprawling half-timbered building that had been serving travellers since the reign of Elizabeth I. The interior was dark and low-ceilinged, with the comfortable shabbiness of a place that prioritised function over fashion. The landlord, Matthews, was a broad man with shrewd eyes and the careful manner of someone who'd learned to read people for a living. "George Wickham?" he repeated when Holmes inquired. "Aye, I know him. Comes in regular-like, though not for drinking particularly. Meets with various folk, conducts what he calls business, though what business a groom's conducting in a coaching inn I couldn't rightly say. Last I saw him was 3 days ago, I'd say. Had a right argument with another fellow they did. Raised voices, though they kept it quiet enough not to disturb the other customers." "This other fellow," Holmes said, his attention sharpening. "Can you describe him?" "Well dressed, like a gentleman, but not quite quality, if you take my meaning. 40 or so, dark-haired, with a manner about him like he thought he was better than his surroundings. They were arguing about money from what I could overhear. The gentleman fellow saying Wickham had promised him 40% of something, and Wickham saying the gentleman had provided insufficient information to merit such a share." "Harold," Watson murmured to Holmes, who nodded slightly. "Did you hear anything else?" Holmes pressed. "Any mention of specific plans, locations, anything that might indicate where Wickham could be found?" Matthews considered, his brow furrowing. "There was something about Manchester, about a buyer waiting, and Wickham said something about one more trip to the Hall to collect the last of the items. Said after that he'd be done with the whole business, done with the gentleman and his schemes. Seemed like they were having a falling out, if you ask me." Holmes's expression had gone very still, very focused. "One more trip to the Hall. When was this conversation, Mr. Matthews? Can you be precise?" 3 days ago, as I said. Evening time, about 8 o'clock. They left separately, the gentleman fellow toward Blackwood, Wickham toward the north, though where he's lodging I couldn't tell you. Holmes turned to Lady Catherine, his voice urgent. 3 days ago, and he mentioned one more trip to the Hall. Lady Catherine, have there been any further incidents since then? Any signs of intrusion, items out of place? Anything unusual? She thought carefully. Nothing I noticed specifically, but then with everything that's been happening, I may not have been as observant as usual. Mrs. Davenport would know better. She notices everything. Then we returned to the Hall immediately. Holmes said, "If Wickham is planning one final theft before disappearing, he may already have made his move, or he may be planning to do so tonight. Either way, we need to be prepared." The journey back to Blackwood Hall seemed interminable, though in reality it took no longer than the outward trip. Watson found himself thinking about George Wickham, this man who'd cultivated trust and friendship only to exploit it, who'd helped orchestrate a campaign of fear and theft against a household he'd once served. There was something particularly despicable about such intimate betrayal, worse in its way than Harold's crimes, because Harold had at least acted from family grievance, however misguided Wickham's motivation seemed purely mercenary. They found Mrs. Davenport in the entrance hall, her expression troubled. "My lady," she said as soon as they entered, "I'm glad you've returned. There was an incident this morning, after you departed." Sarah reported hearing someone moving about in the gallery wing, though when she investigated she found no one. But she hesitated. "But the door to Lord Edmund's study in the East Tower was ajar. I'm certain it was locked when I checked yesterday." Holmes and Watson exchanged glances. "Show us," Holmes said. The East Tower study was reached by a narrow spiral staircase that wound upward through the oldest part of the house. The door at the top stood slightly open, exactly as Mrs. Davenport had said. Holmes examined the lock carefully before pushing the door wider and stepping inside. The study was a circular room with windows looking out in 3 directions, furnished with dark wood and heavy leather, every surface covered with books and papers and the accumulated artifacts of a man who'd loved history and collecting. Lord Edmund's presence still lingered here, in the half-finished notes on the desk, the bookmark in a volume of Civil War memoirs, the cold pipe in its stand. But someone had been through this room recently. Papers were slightly disarranged, books pulled from shelves, and not quite properly replaced. The subtle signs of a search conducted in haste. "The military history collection," Lady Catherine said suddenly. "Edmund's rare books on the Civil War. They're gone. There were 6 of them. First editions, incredibly valuable. They should be on that shelf, but they're not there." Holmes examined the empty space on the bookshelf, then turned to survey the room with those penetrating eyes that seemed to see layers of meaning invisible to others. "He's been here," Holmes said quietly. "Wickham. He came this morning while we were away, knew the household would be distracted, seized his final opportunity. The question is whether he's already gone, or whether he's still somewhere in the house, waiting for nightfall to make his escape." Watson felt a chill run down his spine. The thought of Wickham moving through the passages hidden in the walls, watching and waiting, was deeply unsettling. "We should search the house," he said. "Every room, every passage." "We should do more than that," Holmes replied. "We should set a trap." "Wickham knows these passages, but he doesn't know that we know about his involvement. He thinks Harold was captured working alone, thinks his own role remains secret. That gives us an advantage. We can use it." Lady Catherine's expression was resolute. "What do you need from me, Mr. Holmes?" "I need you to maintain the appearance of normalcy," Holmes said. "Retire at your usual hour tonight. Have the servants do the same, but Watson and I will be waiting in the passages, watching the routes to the exits. If Wickham is still here, if he tries to leave with his stolen goods, we'll be ready. And this time, Lady Catherine, we'll catch not just the thief, but the architect of the entire scheme." As evening approached and shadows began to gather in the corners of Blackwood Hall, Watson found himself once again preparing for a vigil, once again waiting in darkness for a criminal to reveal himself. But this time felt different. This time they weren't hunting a mystery but a known quantity, weren't searching for answers but for justice. The house settled into its evening rhythms, and somewhere in its hidden spaces George Wickham waited, unaware that the hunters had become the hunted, that his careful plan was about to unravel completely. The game was entering its final phase, and Sherlock Holmes Watson knew never lost when the game reached its conclusion. Darkness claimed Blackwood Hall with the slow inevitability of autumn twilight, transforming familiar corridors into landscapes of shadow and uncertain light. The gas lamps were lit at their usual hour, casting their warm glow through the ground floor rooms, but the upper stories remained dim, lit only by moonlight filtering through tall windows and the occasional candle carried by a servant completing evening tasks. Holmes and Watson positioned themselves in the hidden passage that ran behind the east wing, the same route they'd followed Harold Blackwood through the previous night. They'd entered through the library's concealed door just after 9 o'clock, once the household had settled into what appeared to be normal evening routines. Lady Catherine had played her part perfectly, retiring to her sitting room with needlework and a book, the very picture of a woman unaware that anything unusual might be afoot. The passage was cold and absolutely dark. Holmes had forbidden even a shielded candle, insisting that any light might alert Wickham to their presence, so they waited in blackness so complete that Watson couldn't see his own hand in front of his face, relying entirely on hearing to detect any movement in the hidden spaces around them. Time moved strangely in such darkness. Minutes stretched like hours, marked only by Watson's own heartbeat and the occasional settling groan of old timbers. His legs ached from standing, motionless, and the cold seeped through his clothing, making his joints stiff. Beside him, Holmes remained perfectly still, nothing but a presence in the darkness, a sense of coiled attention waiting to be released. Then, so faint Watson almost missed it, came a sound. Not from ahead of them, where they'd expected Wickham to emerge from the tower, but from behind, from deeper within the passages. Footsteps, careful and measured, moving with the confidence of someone who knew these corridors intimately. Holmes's hand found Watson's arm in the darkness, squeezed once in warning. They pressed themselves against the cold stone wall, making themselves as small as possible in the narrow space. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied now by the faint glow of a candle, its light visible as a distant flicker that gradually strengthened. A figure emerged from a side passage Watson hadn't even known existed, carrying a candle in one hand and a leather satchel in the other. In the wavering light, Watson could see him clearly, tall and dark-haired, as Lady Catherine had described, with a lean, intelligent face that might have been handsome if not for the calculating coldness in his eyes. George Wickham, former groom of Blackwood Hall, current thief and conspirator. He moved past them without noticing their presence, focused on navigating the passage ahead. Watson held his breath, willing himself to absolute stillness. Wickham was perhaps 10 feet beyond them when Holmes moved. "Good evening, Mr. Wickham," Holmes said, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "Or should I say, good night. It's well past 11 after all. Rather late to be conducting business in other people's walls." Wickham spun around, the candle nearly falling from his hand. His face went through a rapid succession of expressions. Shock, fear, calculation, before settling into a mask of false confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, his voice carrying the educated accent Lady Catherine had mentioned, so incongruous with his supposed station as a groom. I'm merely checking the passages. Lady Catherine asked me to ensure they were secure after all the trouble with—" "Please," Holmes interrupted, striking a match and lighting his own candle. The sudden light revealed the passage clearly, the three of them standing in a stone corridor barely wide enough for 2 men to pass, Wickham caught between Holmes's position ahead and Watson's behind. "Don't insult our intelligence with such transparent lies. Lady Catherine asked nothing of the sort, as you well know. What she did ask was that we catch the person who's been systematically robbing her blind, and I'm pleased to report we've now done so. That satchel you're carrying, shall we examine its contents? I suspect we'll find some rather valuable books on military history, along with whatever else you managed to steal this morning while the household was distracted." Wickham's expression hardened, the false confusion falling away to reveal something colder underneath. You can't prove anything. I'm simply carrying my own possessions through passages I have every right to use. I was employed here, had the run of the house. These passages are part of the house. Were employed, Watson corrected, moving closer to cut off any possibility of retreat. Past tense, and you left 2 months ago, supposedly to take a position at the Ashford estate. Except Sir Robert Ashford has never heard of you, has he? The entire story was fabrication, a cover to allow you to leave the household while maintaining your access to it through these passages. Quite clever, really. Everyone thought you were safely employed elsewhere, while in fact you were free to come and go as you pleased, using your knowledge of the secret passages to steal at will and to recruit confederates, Holmes added. Harold Blackwood, for instance. You met with him at the Swan and Crown, provided him with information about the passages, convinced him to join your scheme in exchange for a share of the proceeds. Only Harold proved less competent than you'd hoped, didn't he? Got caught almost immediately, forcing you to accelerate your plans and make this final theft before the whole operation collapsed around you. Wickham said nothing, but his eyes darted between them, clearly calculating his chances. The passage offered no escape. Holmes ahead, Watson behind, both blocking his path. The satchel in his hand was heavy with stolen goods, physical evidence of his crime. He was caught, and he knew it. Why? Watson found himself asking. Lady Catherine treated you well, provided good employment, and her husband showed you kindness and friendship. Why betray that trust? Wickham's laugh was bitter. Kindness? Friendship? Lord Edmund kept me as an educated curiosity, Dr. Watson. A performing monkey who could discuss Shakespeare while mucking out stables. He enjoyed showing me off to his friends. See how civilised my groom is. But he never once considered that a man with education might aspire to more than serving others. Never offered to help me rise above my station. Never saw me as anything but an amusing novelty. So this is revenge, Holmes said. Theft as punishment for perceived slights. This is justice, Wickham corrected, his voice taking on a passionate edge. I'm taking what I'm owed. 3 years I spent at Blackwood Hall, 3 years of bowing and scraping and pretending gratitude for scraps of attention. Lord Edmund had wealth beyond measure, books worth fortunes sitting unread on shelves while I struggled to afford candles to read by. He could have lifted me up, made me a steward or secretary, anything that would have used my actual talents. Instead, he kept me in the stables, a trained dog who could quote Latin. So you decided to steal his widow blind, Watson said, unable to keep the disgust from his voice. To terrify his servants and collaborate with his cousin to plunder the estate? That's your idea of justice? I decided to take what should have been mine by right, Wickham said. And I would have succeeded too if Harold hadn't been so incompetent. The fool couldn't help himself, had to take more than we'd agreed, had to visit the house too frequently. I told him to be patient, to move slowly, but his debts were pressing, and his greed was stronger than his sense. When you caught him, I knew it was only a matter of time before the whole scheme came to light. Yet you came back anyway, Holmes observed, for these books specifically. Why? You must have known the risk was enormous, that we'd be watching for Harold's accomplice. What made these particular items worth such danger? Wickham's expression shifted to something almost like pride. Because they're not just valuable books, Mr. Holmes. They're unique. First edition accounts of Civil War battles, complete with hand-drawn maps and strategic notes by the commanders themselves. The collector in Manchester has been searching for them for years, was willing to pay £2,000 for the complete set. £2,000, gentlemen, enough to establish myself properly, to buy my way into respectable society, to never have to bow to anyone again. £2,000 that don't belong to you, Watson said flatly. Belonging is a matter of perspective, Wickham replied. Lord Edmund bought these books with money extracted from tenants and investments, money earned by the labour of others. All wealth is theft, Dr. Watson, when you examine it closely enough. I'm simply redistributing it more fairly. How remarkably convenient that this redistribution flows directly into your own pockets, Holmes said dryly. Mr. Wickham, you can dress your actions in whatever philosophical justifications you prefer, but they remain theft. And not merely theft. You've terrorised innocent servants, disrupted an entire household, exploited Harold Blackwood's weaknesses for your own gain, and betrayed the trust of people who treated you with kindness, whatever you may think of their limitations. Kindness that never extended to equality, Wickham shot back. You're both gentlemen born into your positions. You can't understand what it's like to have education and intelligence but no prospects, to see mediocre men rise simply because they were born to the right families, while you're condemned to service because your father was a tenant farmer. The system is unjust, Mr. Holmes. I'm simply evening the scales. By making yourself the judge of what's just and helping yourself to other people's property, Watson said. That's not justice, Wickham. That's rationalised greed. Holmes had been watching Wickham carefully throughout this exchange, and Watson recognised the expression on his friend's face. Not anger or contempt, but something closer to clinical interest, as if Wickham were a specimen to be studied rather than a criminal to be condemned. Tell me, Holmes said quietly, did you know about Harold's plan to use ghost stories to cover his thefts, or was that his own innovation? Wickham hesitated, then shrugged. It was mine, actually. I suggested that frightening the servants would keep them away from the areas we needed to access. Harold took to the idea with perhaps more enthusiasm than necessary, but it served its purpose. The household was so focused on supernatural explanations that nobody thought to look for natural ones, except that we did, Holmes said, because supernatural explanations are invariably covers for human activity, and human activity always leaves traces. You were undone not by your plan's cleverness, but by its execution. Had you been content with less, moved more slowly, refrained from this final theft, you might have gotten away with it. But greed has a way of overreaching, doesn't it? I prefer to call it ambition, Wickham said, but there was a defeated edge to his voice now. He was beginning to understand that philosophy and justification wouldn't save him, that he'd been caught, and would face the consequences regardless of how eloquently he argued his case. Call it what you like, Holmes said. The law will call it theft and breaking and entering and conspiracy to defraud. Watson, would you take custody of that satchel? I think we should see exactly what Mr. Wickham valued enough to risk capture for. Watson moved forward and took the leather satchel from Wickham's unresisting hands. It was indeed heavy, stuffed with books and wrapped parcels. As they made their way back through the passages toward the library, Watson opened it to examine the contents. 6 leather-bound volumes, exactly as Lady Catherine had described, along with several smaller items wrapped in cloth that proved to be silver snuff boxes and a jewelled letter opener. Couldn't resist taking a few extra pieces while you were at it, Holmes observed. Greed and ambition do seem to go hand in hand, don't they? They emerged into the library to find Lady Catherine waiting, her face pale but composed. She'd heard them coming and had lit the lamps, flooding the room with warm light that seemed almost shocking after the darkness of the passages. Mrs. Davenport stood beside her, and Tom had been summoned from his cottage, looking grim and angry in equal measure. "George Wickham," Lady Catherine said, her voice steady despite the emotion Watson could see in her eyes. "I trusted you. My husband befriended you, treated you with kindness and respect. This is how you repay that trust." "Your husband treated me like an educated pet," Wickham replied, some of his earlier fire returning. "I repay that treatment by taking what I'm owed." "You're owed nothing but the wages you are paid," Mrs. Davenport interjected sharply. "Good wages, too, and fair treatment, and the run of a household that most in your position would consider themselves fortunate to serve. But that wasn't enough for you, was it? You had to have more, had to take what wasn't yours, had to prove yourself cleverer than everyone around you. And in doing so," Holmes added, "proved yourself considerably less clever than you imagined. The clever criminal, Mr. Wickham, knows when to stop, when to accept that they've taken enough. You didn't, and here we are." Lady Catherine held out her hand. "The books, Dr. Watson, if you please. And the other items. I want to see what he thought was worth destroying my peace for." Watson handed over the satchel. She examined its contents with a mixture of relief and sorrow. Relief that the items had been recovered. Sorrow that they'd needed recovering at all. When she looked up at Wickham again, her expression had hardened into something implacable. "I've sent for the constable," she said. "He should arrive within the hour. Until then, you'll wait in the same wine cellar where we kept Harold last night. It seems appropriate somehow that you should share his accommodation before sharing his fate." "You'll press charges then," Wickham said, and for the first time real fear showed in his eyes. "You'll see me transported, imprisoned, ruined." "I'll see justice done," Lady Catherine replied. "Whatever form that takes is up to the law. You made your choices, George. Now you'll live with their consequences." As Tom and Watson escorted Wickham to the wine cellar, the former groom's bravado finally crumbled completely. "Please," he said, his voice breaking. "Lady Catherine, please. I'll return everything, work to repay what I've taken. Just don't send me to prison. You don't know what it's like, what they do to men like me in those places." "I don't," she agreed coldly. "But you should have considered that before you decided to steal from me. Before you terrorized my servants and betrayed every kindness my husband showed you. You wanted to rise above your station, George. You've succeeded. You've risen to the level of common criminal, and you'll be treated accordingly." The wine cellar door closed on Wickham's protests, the heavy lock clicking into place with a finality that seemed to echo through the house. When Watson returned to the library, he found Holmes and Lady Catherine in quiet conversation. The recovered items spread across the desk between them. "It's over," then Lady Catherine said softly. "Truly over? The ghost is revealed. The thieves are caught. The hall is secure once again. It is Holmes confirmed. Though I'm afraid the process of justice will be somewhat unpleasant. There will be trials, testimony, public attention. Harold Blackwood's involvement will become known, which means scandal for your family. And Wickham will likely attempt to paint himself as a victim of class oppression, which may generate some public sympathy despite his crimes." "Let them talk," Lady Catherine said with unexpected steel in her voice. "I've lived through my husband's death and his debts, through weeks of fear and uncertainty, through the betrayal of family and servants alike. I think I can survive a bit of scandal, and perhaps there's value in having the world know that even fine houses harbour human frailty, that ghosts are merely criminals in disguise, that mystery can be solved with logic and courage rather than superstition and fear." Holmes smiled, a rare expression of genuine approval. "Spoken like someone who's discovered her own strength through adversity. Your husband's death diminished you, Lady Catherine, but these trials have forged you into something stronger. Blackwood Hall is fortunate to have you as its mistress." "I'm fortunate to have had you as my detective," she replied. "Without your help, this might have gone on for months, until there was nothing left to steal, and I was completely ruined. You've saved more than my possessions, Mr. Holmes. You've saved my sanity and my future." The constable arrived shortly after midnight, a solid, practical man named Hewitt, who took their statements with methodical thoroughness and examined the evidence with the careful attention of someone who understood that cases were won or lost on the strength of documentation. Harold and Wickham were both taken into custody, loaded into a police wagon for transport to the county jail where they would await trial. As the wagon rolled away down the drive, its wheels crunching on gravel, Watson felt the tension that had been building for days finally release. The case was solved, justice was served, and Blackwood Hall could return to peace. It was, he reflected, the best possible outcome to a case that could have ended in tragedy or permanent mystery. "Well, Watson," Holmes said, watching the wagon's lights disappear into the darkness, "another ghost laid to rest, another mystery solved. Though I must say, I'm slightly disappointed. I was rather hoping for at least one genuine supernatural phenomenon. Alas, it seems the universe remains stubbornly rational." "I'm glad it does," Watson replied. "Give me human criminals over genuine spirits any day. At least criminals can be caught and prosecuted. What would we do with an actual ghost?" "Interview it, presumably," Holmes said with that dry humour Watson had come to cherish, "though the rules of evidence might prove challenging. The witness being deceased cannot be sworn in. No, you're right, Watson. Best to stick with human criminals. They're much more cooperative with the legal system." Behind them, Blackwood Hall stood illuminated against the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light, its walls finally emptied of secrets and thieves. The spectre that had haunted it was gone, revealed as nothing more than human greed and human calculation. And in the morning, when the sun rose over the moors, it would be just a house again. Old, grand, slightly faded, but belonging to the living rather than the dead. Justice had been served. Mystery had been solved. And Sherlock Holmes, Watson thought with satisfaction, had once again proven that no secret could withstand the application of logic, observation, and relentless pursuit of truth. The game was over, and they had won. Morning came to Blackwood Hall with a gentleness that seemed almost apologetic, as if the day itself understood that the household needed kindness after weeks of turmoil. The sun rose slowly over the eastern moors, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, and the light that spilled through the tall windows was warm and clean, carrying none of the oppressive weight that had seemed to cling to the house during its haunting. Watson woke to the sound of bird song, larks and thrushes calling to each other in the overgrown gardens, and realised with a start that he'd slept deeply and dreamlessly for the first time since arriving at the Hall. There had been no footsteps in the night, no unexplained draughts, no sense of something watching from the shadows. The house had simply been a house, old and creaking in its joints as old houses do, but benign, settled, at peace with itself. He found Holmes already dressed and standing at the window of their shared room, watching the grounds come alive with morning activity. Tom was at work in the gardens, and Watson could see several of the servants moving about with a lightness to their steps that hadn't been there before. Even from this distance, the change was palpable. People who'd been moving through their duties with fear and tension now went about their work with something approaching normalcy. The household is recovering, Holmes observed without turning. Remarkable how quickly fear dissipates once its source is removed. Yesterday these same people were jumping at shadows. Today they're singing while they work. Listen. You can hear Mary humming as she beats the carpets. The human capacity for resilience never ceases to fascinate me. People are stronger than they think, Watson agreed, joining his friend at the window. They simply need to know that the monsters are human and can be defeated. It's the unknown that paralyses us, not the known, however terrible. They descended to breakfast to find the dining room transformed. The curtains had been thrown wide, letting in floods of morning light. The silver had been polished until it gleamed, and fresh flowers, the last roses of autumn gathered from the garden, sat in a vase on the sideboard. Mrs. Davenport presided over the meal with something approaching joy, her earlier tension replaced by a brisk efficiency that spoke of a woman reclaiming her domain. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said warmly. "I've prepared a proper breakfast. Eggs, bacon, kippers, toast and marmalade. After the past few days, I thought we all deserved something substantial. The Hall is itself again, and so am I." Lady Catherine joined them shortly after, and the change in her was even more pronounced. She'd dressed in grey rather than black, not quite abandoning mourning for her late husband, but stepping away from its most oppressive manifestations. Her face, though still bearing the marks of sleepless nights and worry, had relaxed into something softer. She looked, Watson thought, like someone who'd been holding her breath for weeks and had finally remembered how to exhale. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said as she took her seat, "I wanted to speak with you both before you depart. I know you'll be eager to return to London, but I hope you'll indulge me for a few hours more. There are things I need to say and things I need to show you." "We're entirely at your disposal," Holmes assured her. "Our train doesn't depart until this afternoon, and I confess I'm curious to see how the household adjusts now that the mystery is solved." They ate in companionable silence, the kind of quiet that comes not from having nothing to say but from being comfortable enough not to fill every moment with words. The food was excellent. Mrs. Davenport had clearly poured her relief and renewed energy into the kitchen, and Watson found himself eating with an appetite he hadn't realised he'd lost during their investigation. After breakfast, Lady Catherine led them on a tour of the Hall, but this time the journey had a different quality. Where before she'd been showing them a house under siege, now she was showing them a home being reclaimed. They walked through the corridors where the ghost had appeared, and she pointed out details Watson had missed before: the quality of the plasterwork, the craftsmanship in the woodwork, the small architectural flourishes that spoke of generations of Blackwoods adding their own touches to the structure I'd forgotten, she said softly, as they stood in the portrait gallery where Mrs. Davenport had first encountered the spectre, how much I actually love this house. These past months, it had become nothing but a burden, something to maintain, something bleeding money, something threatening to collapse around me. But walking through it now, seeing it in sunlight without fear, I remember why Edmund loved it so much, why his family has fought for centuries to keep it. It's not just a house, is it? It's a repository of history, of lives lived and stories accumulated. Every room has witnessed births and deaths, celebrations and sorrows. The walls have absorbed all of it, held it, remembered it. She paused before the portrait of the first Lord Blackwood, the painting before which Wickham had been seen standing. Thomas Blackwood, she said, reading the small plaque beneath the frame. Built this house in 1623, survived the Civil War by the pragmatic expedient of supporting whichever side happened to be winning at any given moment, and died wealthy and unbothered by conscience. Edmund used to say that old Thomas was too clever by half, that his cleverness had been passed down through the generations, along with the property, I suppose. In a way, it was that same cleverness, or the pursuit of it, that led George Wickham to think he could outwit us all. Cleverness without wisdom, Holmes observed, is often worse than simple stupidity. Stupid people are at least predictable in their limitations. Clever people convince themselves they're infallible, and that conviction becomes their undoing. Wickham was intelligent enough to plan an elaborate theft, but not wise enough to know when to stop. That imbalance destroyed him. They continued to the East Tower, climbing the spiral stairs to Lord Edmund's study. The stolen books had been returned to their proper places on the shelves, and Lady Catherine had spent the morning organising the papers that Wickham had disturbed. The room still carried the presence of the dead man, his pipe, his reading glasses, the half-finished letter on his desk, but somehow that presence felt less melancholy now, less like a weight of unfinished business, and more like a gentle memory. Books on military history. For months I couldn't bear to enter this room. It felt like a shrine, to loss a place where, "Gee, I think I can come here now," Lady Catherine said, running her fingers along the spines of a reef lived in concentrated form. But this morning when I came up to replace the stolen volumes, I felt differently. Edmund's absence will always be here, but so will his presence. The books he loved, the notes he made, the knowledge he accumulated. That doesn't die with the body, does it? It remains, waiting to be discovered by whoever comes next. She turned to face them, her expression serious. "I've made a decision. I'm going to open the hall to scholars, not the whole house, but this study, this collection." Edmund would have wanted his books to be used, to be studied, to contribute to knowledge rather than sitting locked away gathering dust. There are historians at Oxford who'd give their right arms for access to some of these documents. Let them come. Let them work here. Let the hall serve a purpose beyond simply existing. A generous decision, Holmes said with genuine approval. Knowledge hoarded is knowledge wasted. Your husband clearly understood that, given his willingness to discuss his collection with anyone who showed interest. Even a groom who should have been mucking out stables. That openness may have been exploited by Wickham, but it doesn't mean the impulse was wrong. No, Lady Catherine agreed. It means I need to be more careful about whom I trust, but not that I should stop trusting altogether. That's perhaps the most important lesson from all of this, that betrayal by some doesn't justify suspicion of all. They descended from the tower and made their way to the library, where the concealed door behind the bookshelf still stood slightly ajar. Lady Catherine had decided, after much thought, not to seal the passages entirely. "They're part of the house's history," she explained. "Sealing them would be like denying that history, pretending those centuries of secrets never happened. Instead, I'm going to have them properly documented and mapped. Tom has agreed to take on the project. Turns out he's something of an amateur architect and has always been fascinated by the hall's construction. We'll create a complete record of the hidden passages, where they lead, how they connect. Then I'll lock the entrances and keep the keys secure. The passages will still exist, but they'll be contained, controlled, no longer a threat." "A wise compromise," Watson said. History preserved but rendered harmless. Rather like Wickham and Harold themselves, Holmes added dryly. Preserved in the annals of criminal history but rendered harmless through incarceration, though I suspect their preservation will be considerably less comfortable than that of architectural features. Lady Catherine smiled at that, though there was sadness in it. I've been thinking about Harold, she said. About what drives someone to betray family. He genuinely believed he had a claim to the hall, that it should have been his. The law disagreed, but his belief was real, and that belief, combined with his own desperate circumstances, led him to crimes he might never have contemplated otherwise. I don't excuse what he did, but I'm beginning to understand it. Understanding doesn't mean forgiving, but it does mean seeing him as human rather than simply as villain. That's a remarkably charitable view, Watson observed. Perhaps she agreed, or perhaps it's simply that I've learned something about how circumstances can drive people to desperate acts. If Edmund hadn't died, if the debts hadn't been so crushing, if I'd been more aware of Harold's situation and offered help before he resorted to theft, would things have been different? I'll never know. But I can at least acknowledge that human behaviour is more complicated than simple categories of good and evil. They spent the remainder of the morning in quiet activity. Holmes, at Lady Catherine's request, provided a detailed written account of their investigation, documenting every clue, every deduction, every step of the process that had led to the criminal's capture. This account, she explained, would be given to the prosecutor to aid in securing convictions, but also kept in the Hall's archives as part of its history. Future Blackwoods should know what happened here, she said, not as a ghost story to frighten children, but as a true account of crime and justice. Perhaps it will serve as a warning against trusting too easily, or perhaps it will simply be an interesting historical footnote. Either way, it deserves to be recorded. Watson found himself walking the grounds with old Tom, who was eager to discuss his upcoming project of mapping the passages. The old groundskeeper had a surveyor's eye and a craftsman's appreciation for the work that had gone into the hall's construction. 243 years this house has stood, Tom said, as they walked along the overgrown paths. Through wars and plagues, through changes of dynasty and changes of fortune. It's seen Cavaliers and Roundheads, Hanoverians and Victorians. The stones remember all of it in their way, not with thought or consciousness, but with the weight of years, the accumulation of human presence, actions both good and ill. It's easy, in London, to become detached, to see cases as intellectual puzzles rather than human dramas. Coming here, seeing the real impact of crime on real lives has been valuable in its way. The carriage rolled down the drive, and Watson turned to look back at Blackwood Hall one final time. The house stood solid and serene in the afternoon light, its dark stones warmed by the sun, its windows reflecting the sky in shades of gold and blue. Ivy clung to the walls, gardens sprawled in their careful wildness, and smoke rose from the chimneys in lazy spirals. It looked, he thought, exactly like what it was. An old house with old secrets, now emptied of malice and returned to simple existence. "Do you think she'll be all right?" Watson asked as the hall disappeared behind a curve in the drive. "Lady Catherine, I mean. She's still facing considerable debts, still managing an estate that's too large for her resources, still dealing with the scandal that will inevitably follow Harold and Wickham's trials." "She'll be more than all right," Holmes said with confidence. "She'll be exceptional." Adversity either breaks people or forges them into something stronger. Lady Catherine has been forged. She discovered resources within herself she didn't know she possessed. Courage, determination, the ability to make hard decisions and live with their consequences. Those qualities will serve her far better than money or social standing ever could. The countryside rolled past, familiar now from their arrival journey, but somehow different in the afternoon light. The moors stretched purple and gold to the horizon, punctuated by the dark shapes of standing stones and the occasional cottage sending up threads of smoke. Sheep dotted the hillsides like scattered thoughts, and in the distance church bells marked the hour with their slow, sonorous voices. Watson felt the satisfaction that comes at the end of any successful endeavour, the sense of work well done, of purpose fulfilled, of order restored where chaos had reigned. It was the feeling he'd first discovered in his army days, the pride of completing a difficult mission and seeing the results benefit those who'd needed help. Holmes provided many things in their partnership: intellectual stimulation, financial stability, purpose. But perhaps the most valuable was this regular opportunity to make a tangible difference, to solve problems that actually mattered to actual people. "You're philosophizing again," Holmes observed without looking at him. "I can always tell by the way you stare into the middle distance with that slightly unfocused expression. Care to share your profound thoughts?" "I was thinking," Watson said, "about how satisfying it is to solve a case that actually helps someone. Not just catching a criminal, though that's important, but restoring peace to people who'd lost it. Giving them back their sense of safety and normalcy. That's worth all the cold nights and hidden passages and confrontations with desperate men." "Ah," Holmes said, and there was warmth in his voice. "You're remembering why you became a doctor rather than simply a soldier. The desire to heal, to repair, to make things better. It's your finest quality, Watson, and it's saved me from becoming entirely consumed by the intellectual puzzle at the expense of the human element. You keep me honest, in your way." "I try," Watson said with a smile. "Someone has to ensure you remember that crimes have victims and that justice is about more than simply being clever enough to outwit criminals." They rode in comfortable silence for a time, watching the countryside pass. The train station appeared eventually, a small Victorian structure of red brick and iron that served as the district's connection to the larger world. They had 20 minutes before their train departed, which they spent in the station's modest waiting room, drinking tea that was more water than leaf, and reading newspapers that were 2 days old. When the train finally arrived, huffing and clanking its way into the station with all the self-importance of Victorian engineering, Watson felt the familiar excitement of returning to London, to the familiar chaos and energy of the city. But he also felt a twinge of melancholy at leaving the quiet countryside, at closing the book on this particular case and its particular character. As the train pulled away from the station and picked up speed, carrying them back toward London and whatever mysteries awaited there, Watson found himself thinking about Blackwood Hall and the people they'd left behind. He imagined Lady Catherine sitting in her library, making plans for opening the collection to scholars, Mrs. Davenport overseeing her household with renewed confidence, Tom beginning his survey of the secret passages, documenting the hidden architecture for future generations, Mary and the other servants going about their work without fear. Their lives returned to comfortable routine. The spectre had been vanquished, not by exorcism or supernatural intervention, but by the simple application of reason and observation. The ghost story had become a detective story, and the detective story had reached its satisfying conclusion. Mystery had yielded to understanding, fear to knowledge, chaos to order. And somewhere in the depths of Blackwood Hall, in passages now mapped and controlled, in spaces once hidden but now revealed, the stones held their secrets more lightly, knowing that they'd been discovered and documented, that the shadows had been illuminated and found to contain nothing more frightening than ambitious men and human frailty. The house would endure, as it had endured for 2 centuries and would endure for centuries more. Its ghosts were laid to rest, its mysteries solved, its peace restored. And in the great ledger of human stories, this particular chapter had reached its end, not with tragedy or unanswered questions, but with resolution and the quiet satisfaction of justice served. As the train carried them through the fading afternoon, through landscapes painted in autumn colours, through villages and fields and the occasional glimpse of distant manor houses that might have their own secrets waiting to be discovered, Watson felt contentment settle over him like a comfortable coat. The game had been played and won. The mystery had been unravelled, and Blackwood Hall, once haunted, now stood in peace beneath the English sky, its walls holding nothing more threatening than history and memory and the gentle passage of time. All was well, and that, Watson reflected as drowsiness began to claim him, was the best possible ending to any story. Not dramatic or particularly exciting, but simply, satisfyingly well. The Specter of Blackwood Hall had been nothing more than shadow and greed, and both had been dispelled by the light of truth. What remained was simply life, continuing in its ordinary, extraordinary way, one day following another in the eternal dance of seasons and years. And somewhere, in a house on the moors, a widow planned her future with newfound confidence. A housekeeper hummed while she worked, and an old gardener mapped hidden passages while roses bloomed in the autumn sun, oblivious to the dramas that had unfolded within the walls they climbed. Peace, hard won and deeply earned, had returned to Blackwood Hall. And that was enough. That was everything.